Okay, good morning, folks. This is a announcement to officially convene our hybrid committee meeting of the Housing Committee here. We have gone over the hybrid meeting rules a few times. In the interest of expediency, I'm going to spare the committee reading the hybrid committee rules yet again, and we will proceed on to remarks by the chairs. Senator Moore, any remarks?
No remarks, just good morning.
Good morning to you, Senator Moore. I don't have any remarks from our rankings before we start. Seeing none. Okay. At this time, what I would like to do is we're now in section 3 of the agenda, concepts to be raised. And we have a healthy agenda that I'm looking at of 15 titles on the agenda under section 3. What I would like to do is have a motion to raise some of those titles, and then we will later on we will roll call others. So I'm going to read the titles and ask for a motion to raise these titles. We'll hopefully have a second, and then we're going to discuss these as a block. So at this point, I would like a motion to raise item 1, an act concerning federal housing choice program vouchers. Item 3, an act requiring condominium reserve funds allocations. Item 4, an act establishing a commission on homelessness. Item 6, an act creating a first-time home buyer savings account and tax deduction. Item 7, an act establishing a housing authority resident quality of life improvement grant program and a housing choice voucher task force, and requiring the disclosure of certain natural person ownership interests in real property. Item 8, an act allowing tenants to make advance rental payments. Item 9, an act concerning real property tax abatements for certain first-time home buyers. Item 12, an act concerning historic home tax credit incentives. Item 13, an act concerning affordable homeowners opportunities. Item 14, an act concerning walkthrough of rental property prior to occupancy and late rental payments. And item 15, an act concerning addressing affordable housing affordability, I should say, for all. That motion, let me call for a motion to raise those items.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
That motion has been moved by Representative Brown and seconded by Senator Moore. At this point, during the discussion section, I think at the request of the ranking members, what I'd like to do is summarize those items we've raised, and then we'll ask for additional discussion from the membership, and then we can have a voice vote on the package as a whole. Without objection, I'm going to dive right in to the summaries. Item number 1 comes to us from Senator Looney, and it's taking a look at federal housing choice program vouchers. Item 3 comes to us from Representative Curry, and it's to deal with some challenges that condominium associations are having with reserve funding. Item number 4, an act establishing a commission on homelessness. This comes to us, I think, from a variety of sources, but in particular, it was brought forward to us by the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. Item 6, this is a proposal, I believe, from Representative Delnicki. Item 7, there's a lot to item 7, but it comes to us, I believe, from Senator Kelly. And let's proceed onward here. Item 8 comes to us from our good ranking member, Senator Sampson. Item 9, item 9 comes to us from Representative Zullo. And then we're moving on to item 12. That comes to us from the Speaker of the House, Representative Ritter. And let's see, what else do we have here? 13 also comes to us from the Speaker of the House, Representative Ritter. 14 is a proposal the Housing Committee has heard in the past that endeavors to better align landlords and tenants, make sure they're on the same page from start to finish through the leasing process. And item 15 is a multi-part proposal that comes to us from the House Majority Leader that looks at affordable housing from all different angles. I think we've provided some information on the items. And at this point, I open it up to committee members who may have additional items for discussion. I am not seeing any hands on Zoom, so I will hand the floor to Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the description on each of the bills. It's a little bit more difficult, obviously, to ask questions about a package of bills than to go through these one by one so we could flesh them out. But I will do my best. I did take some notes while you were speaking. You know, the thing about concepts is that we don't really know what's in any of these things because it's just the words that are listed on the agenda as concepts. We've got really no bill language, and I'm relying on you to inform us on exactly what we're doing. I might start by saying I don't know how healthy this agenda is. Many of these items are hostile to housing providers. And as I mentioned in previous meetings, if our goal in this committee is to address what I'm told is a housing crisis where we are lacking affordable housing, then I don't understand how it makes sense why we have bills here that are constantly damaging to housing providers. And this is another, you know, I think when the chairman mentioned it was a healthy agenda, he was talking about the quantity, not necessarily the quality. And I would agree. This agenda adds another 15 or 20 items after all the sections to our list of items that we're going to do this session. And to me, that's too much. You know, we would be far better served by picking a handful of really important items that have bipartisan support that will actually move our state forward and work for the people of Connecticut, since that is our obligation. And it bugs me to see, you know, pretty much everything under the sun on an agenda. And a lot of times we have bills that conflict with one another. We last year passed a fair rent commission, which I did not approve of, but we're back this year with bills that limit, you know, create price controls and rent increased limitations. I mean, what do you need a fair rent commission for if you're going to pass a statute that says that you are going to limit rents anyway? And there are other bills to modify the fair rent commission. So I mean, I think that the majority needs to decide what they actually are trying to achieve and what their goal is before putting a lot of bills on the agenda. So with that, let me just go through these. Item number 1, an act concerning federal housing choice program vouchers. The chairman said that the bill is to look at federal housing choice program vouchers. Can I just ask what we're looking at and for what purpose, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, this proposal comes to us from Senate President Martin Looney. And at this stage, we're hoping to raise it. There are a number of issues related to the intersection of federal housing choice program vouchers and the state of Connecticut in terms of tenants that we represent in Connecticut using these vouchers, in terms of how they interplay with you know, different housing authorities. There's all sorts of things to be considered here, and some of the funding flows through DOH. So at this stage, we want to raise it as a concept so that we can do some drafting and actually get some input from all the relevant stakeholders at a future public hearing.
I appreciate that answer, Mr. Chairman, although it's kind of a broad response. My assumption is that at some point we're going to have a public hearing on this concept. Will there be language drafted so that those of us on the committee and the public will have an idea of actually what this bill is going to do instead of just looking at federal housing choice program vouchers? Obviously, they affect tenants. Obviously, they affect the Department of Housing and everything else you mentioned. But there has to be some purpose behind Senator Looney's proposal here. What is he trying to get at? If we don't know, that's fine. But will we know at some point where the public will actually have an opportunity to come and testify on that rather than simply just a very broad-based concept that doesn't tell us much?
I thank you, Senator Sampson. I think the answer to your question is yes. Bills will be drafted before they find themselves on a public hearing agenda, and that's actually sort of the point of this process today. Is raising the concept is actually what sort of triggers the next step of actually drafting the legislation. So we sort of, from a government efficiency perspective, we don't want to be presumptuous and have the bills fully drafted before they're raised, right? First, the committee decides, do we want to look at a particular concept in general terms? And then if we decide we're interested in a particular area, the drafting occurs, and that's when we get the opportunity to hear from the public at a public hearing.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chairman. So I'm gathering that one of two things is going on here. Either you or someone else knows what this bill is going to be already, because someone has to tell the attorneys what to draft, or this committee is here for this purpose today to understand what we want to do to draft the concept. And I appreciate the lesson on how the process works. And really that's what I'm trying to flesh out. Are we following that process? Are we going to, as a committee, decide right now what we want to look at in Senator Looney's bill, or are we just expecting that Senator Looney or someone else is going to provide the language at some point prior to the public hearing?
To answer your question, Senator Sampson, I think the committee leadership in a bipartisan fashion, and we've been working awfully well together in a bipartisan fashion here in the Housing Committee, will work with Senator Looney and members of the public and advocacy groups and LCO and OLR and our nonpartisan staff to draft it so that members of the public can see, and members of the Housing Committee of both parties can see actual language.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And forgive me, I'm not trying to be difficult in this committee at all. My job is to represent my constituents. My job is to know what I'm voting on before I'm voting on it. And apparently a vote on the first item in the affirmative says I'm willing to discuss anything that has to do with federal housing choice program vouchers, and I will gladly leave it up to the leadership of the committee to decide what that is at a later date. I don't know that that is the actual purpose for concepts, respectfully. I have no issue discussing anything to do with federal housing choice program vouchers, but I believe that we really ought to have more than just that broad-based understanding that it's going to be related to that. It should be, that there's going to be a change in the law for some expressed purpose. That's the reason why we put proposed bills in as individuals. And I'm sure Senator Looney, after being here for so many years, knows that as well. Just moving on to number 3. An act requiring condominium reserve funds allocations. This one, at least the title kind of gives us a better idea of what's going on. It seems to me that it would require condominium associations to perform some sort of study about reserve funds and then to allocate an appropriate percentage of their annual assessments into a newly created reserve fund. The question I would have is, does this exist already in our current laws? Do condominiums have reserve funds already? And more importantly, isn't this something that really ought to be up to the unit owners to decide for themselves rather than to have a state mandate?
Senator, I'm gonna, I think, answer that question, and then I'm gonna call on my co-chair, Senator Moore, who's had her hand raised for a while on Zoom, and my apologies to you, Senator Moore, for keeping you waiting that long. But to answer your question, yes, condominiums associations, HOAs, as they're often referred to, do have reserve funds. That is a common practice of HOAs in Connecticut, but it is frequently the case that there in many of these HOAs, it is frequently the case that the reserve fund balance is too low, and then capital needs emerge, and there's often a disconnect between condominium unit owners and the local condo boards and the property management companies as it relates to this topic. And sometimes there's a lack of expertise about what type of reserve is needed. And oftentimes that creates problems for the association as a whole, for the HOA owner, and the property management companies, all the parties, frankly. And so Representative Curry has, I think, an interesting proposal that merits a public hearing and to learn more about how we can improve the lives of people in condominium associations. And having answered your question, if you don't mind, I would like to call on Senator Moore, who's had her hand up. Senator Moore.
Yes, thank you. I just like to make it clear to the public who may not know the whole process. This is not a process that we created. This is the process. Our legislators and individuals, advocates, adversaries give us something and ask us to represent them. We bring it to the table. All of us have an opportunity, the ranking and the chairs, to sit down and discuss these concepts of what we will bring before this committee, right? We all sit in this meeting and say, this is what we agree to. We don't have all the content because it is a concept. And we don't know all of the information, because if we did, we would have a much longer agenda where people are filling in all the information long before it even becomes to a point where we decide to raise it. So I don't want to belabor the point about this. I want to make sure that there's equity here, that we're listening to landlords, homeowners, renters. That is true equity, and that is what's fair. That's why we hear both sides of the story. We hear that what the renter has to say, we hear what the homeowner has to say, and then there's these advocates who represent sometimes both sides. And in a democracy, you do want to hear both sides of the story. Now, I would agree with Senator Sampson that we've taken on a lot. I would hope we can get it down to 5 or 6 really strong ideas and incorporate them so we could have a really strong bill. So I stand with you on that, Senator Sampson, that we are taking on a lot, especially considering in the last session, I understand only one bill moved out. So that's the process. I don't think that we should have all the information until we talk to those people who have asked us to bring this bill forward and let them work with the attorneys to draft out their bill. So we would be wasting a lot of time if we had everybody draft for every concept and then it never even made it to the table. So I would hope that if we're in agreement in our screening that we're going to do these, that's what we do. And then if we're not in agreement, that comes up before we get to the floor to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Do we have any additional discussion items? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I believe I still have the floor. I don't want to be called out for asking or interjecting more than one time. I'm still in the midst of my first Q&A. So I appreciate all of the comments, and certainly Senator Moore, I appreciate your comments thoroughly. I think that there is a disconnect in our views when it comes to what is a concept that's worth debating and voting on. I believe that a concept should actually say something more than a subject area. I think that when someone proposes a bill, whether it's you or me or Senator Looney or anyone, we have a purpose in mind, and we should say what that purpose is. We shouldn't hide behind an act concerning a broad-based topic that we don't share with the public at the very meeting. I don't know. I'm a member of this committee. I'm the Senate ranking member of this committee, and I have no idea what Senator Looney is attempting to do in this bill. So it's very difficult for me to vote on it. And that's why I brought it up. And I think you can respect the fact that that's a legitimate concern I have, that I don't even know what I'm voting on because I don't know what is being attempted. So just moving on, number 4, because I don't want to waste the committee's time. I just think that it's important. We have people in the room here who would like to know what these bills are, and we have people certainly on Zoom watching or YouTube or wherever, and they want to know what these bills actually are. And I believe it's my duty to find out. So item number 4, an act establishing a commission on homelessness. I would just ask very simply to do what? What would this commission be in charge of? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Because direct much of planning.
Senator Lesser, if we could have you mute. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Senator Sampson. So homelessness is on the rise for the first time in 8 years. And we expect to get additional information on the state of homelessness soon. There is a nationwide process by which the number of people experiencing homelessness are counted nationally once a year. I believe that is happening it usually happens at the end of January. We're at the end of January now. So we may have some additional information that's closer to real time on how significant this crisis is, but we know it is a major crisis happening in our state right now based on a massive increase in the prior point in time count. There is a sense amongst policymakers and advocates that not all of our processes are particularly aligned in the best possible way to serve folks that are unhoused and experiencing homelessness, and having a commission established that uses best practices, that looks at a housing first model, that has experts that are actually providing services to people that are unhoused and experiencing homelessness, is something that this committee would like to learn more about, draft it and have a public hearing on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm certainly sympathetic to the notion that we want to create policy in the state that will fight homelessness. I guess I would say it's all well and good to have the purpose to create a commission on homelessness. And based on your comments, I'm guessing that the purpose is to combat homelessness. But do we know anything else? I mean, who would serve on this commission? Is it advocates? Is it going to be just lawmakers? Who's going to be part of this commission? And I'm very surprised to hear we don't already have something like this. It seems to me that there should be some government entity that's already been created for the purpose of combating homelessness. Maybe we can work with what we already have to improve it. I don't know. I'm just throwing out some ideas. Again, it's a broad-based concept, just to like a little more meat on the bones.
To answer your question, Senator Sampson, we do not have something like this currently in place, and paradoxically, the problem is getting worse for the first time in 8 years. As to the details of the makeup of a commission that you've inquired about, I think that remains to be determined in the drafting process, and we look forward to the public input on that process as well at the public hearing.
The final question on this one is: do we know where this bill came from? Is this your proposal, Mr. Chairman? I know you're a strong advocate in fighting homelessness, and I commend you for that. Is this your proposal, or is it coming from somewhere else?
Well, I think, as I perhaps may have stated earlier in the meeting, that this comes to us from the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, which is an advocacy group, and they work with all stakeholders, including nonprofit providers that are working on a daily basis directly with people that are experiencing homelessness, and they have the most expert, intimate knowledge about what some of those problems are and where some of the breakdowns are in our current government and private provider system that seeks to address the problem of homelessness. So that's where the proposal comes from, and the drafting and some of the additional details you seek will come forward once we've raised it and have decided that this committee wants to dive into those details.
Much appreciated. Thank you for the answer, Mr. Chairman. Okay, item number 6, an act creating a first-time home buyer savings account and tax deduction. This sounds perfectly reasonable, although I don't know that it's a good idea to limit it only to first-time home buyers. I think that we ought to create programs that affect everyone equally instead of carving out, some group for special benefit. Number 7, an act establishing a housing authority resident quality of life improvement grant program and a housing choice. This is quite the title. Choice voucher task force and requiring the disclosure of certain natural person ownership interests in real property. I know this is Senator Kelly's bill. I can certainly talk to him more about it. Item number 8 is my proposal, an act allowing tenants to make advance rental payments. I submitted it to the committee, and I appreciate the chairs very much for raising this particular concept. As I mentioned before the meeting, I have a few others. I'm hoping that they end up on a future agenda, Mr. And Madam Chairman. This one, I just want to be clear about what this is about, an act allowing tenants to make advance rental payments. It sounds off the bat as if it's, beneficial to landlords, but I want to just make it clear this is very beneficial to tenants as well, and particularly tenant applicants. I had a companion proposal that would allow the increase in security deposits as well. And I understand that sometimes people on the left, they have a natural reaction to that it's somehow, oh, this is very one-sided in favor of the landlord. And it's not. Many times applicants come to landlords with less than perfect credit or rental history or some other thing that is acting as an impediment to them being accepted for a particular rental. And they come to the landlord and suggest, well, I might have poor credit, but I can pay you 6 months in advance. But by our current law, we are telling the landlord they can't do that and they can't take that person. That's detrimental to the tenant more than anybody else. And I cannot tell you how many times this has happened to me personally in my own career as a real estate agent and a small landlord myself. I've had many people ask for whatever they can do to improve their chances, because sometimes they have the money, but they don't have the background. And they're more than happy to pay in advance, or they're willing to pay an additional security deposit for whatever purpose, but to sweeten the deal for the landlord. And this is something, and I want to remind everyone that every landlord-tenant agreement is a private contract between them. They're free citizens. The people that are sitting up here, we work for them, right? The people elect their government so that we can make policy for the people. Why would we ever be making policy that prevents the people from entering into a voluntary agreement, a contract by themselves that they want to enter? But in fact, we do that all the time. We write laws telling people that they can't enter into contracts because the people that are sitting on the dais here somehow know better than the people that they represent, that elected them and put them in that place. And that's the number one fundamental problem with this building, if you ask me. And this bill seeks to solve that problem by not creating a permission, but rather removing a restriction created by government on the freedom of the parties of a private contract so that they can enter into an agreement they want. And that benefits everyone. And you'll be hearing me this session many, many times discuss why a lot of the policies that are before us are problematic, because they fly in the face of the number one principle that makes America America, and that's freedom. The freedom of individuals to make their own choices and to be able to make their own agreements with one another in their own private contracts. Real estate is all about private contracts. It's not about the government making rules dictating to the participants that are free people what they can and cannot do. Just moving on, we're going to roll call 10 and 11. So let me move down to 12. This, as was mentioned, it looks like Representative Rinner's bill that is a historic home tax credit incentive. I'm anxious to hear what that's about. Number 13, this one I do have a question about. This is also Representative Rinner's bill. It says an act concerning affordable homeowners opportunities. And my understanding about this, just the notes that I have say that this is going to be a policy that says that for every unit of affordable housing that is removed, maybe a building's, in bad shape, needs to be torn down, or maybe it's going to be converted to some other type of property, that that building has to be replaced with at least a 1-to-1 ratio of affordable housing. And to me, this is a big government policy that I don't think we need to get into. I think that the housing is created when there is a need, as long as the government's not standing in the way. The same way the American economy has thrived all this time without the government helping it. But I do want to know more about what is being proposed here. Are we talking about government housing, Mr. Chairman, or is this private housing? And who's enforcing this? Is this putting the enforcement on a municipality to keep track of this kind of thing? If you have any more information, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Senator Sampson. What this proposal seeks to do is it actually seeks to you're asking about item 13 on the agenda, correct? Yeah, this proposal actually seeks to allow a pathway to home ownership for people that are currently utilizing affordable housing as tenants, by making a change to an existing program, which would sort of expand the opportunity to do that in urban areas where there is a glut of rental affordable housing, but there are limited pathways for people to go from renting an affordable housing unit to owning their own home. Senator Sampson, you look like you have additional questions about that.
Mr. Chairman, no, I appreciate the response, and maybe I was misled about what the bill is about. I do see that there is a note that it does create a pathway to affordable home ownership, which certainly we want to see. But you did not mention the other aspect of the bill that I was told that is contained within, which is the 1-to-1 replacement of affordable housing units. But that's okay. I will wait and see what this bill is in the future. I get the impression that there's a lot of language that is yet to be drafted, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. Number 14, an act concerning walkthrough of rental property prior to occupancy and late rental payments. My note tells me that this bill would permit tenants to request an inspection of rental property prior to occupancy and after notice of termination. It would also cap late fees for rental payments. I believe there's already a cap. I think it's 5%. Maybe the chairman knows, he can confirm that for me. Yeah, this is a very interesting bill. After being in the industry for many, many years, I can't recall a situation where a tenant would want to take a property without seeing it. And if they do, it's usually at their request, not the landlord's request. Sometimes people are coming from out of state. They want to line up their housing before they get there. But I'll just reiterate, this is a private contract. This is between the housing provider and the tenant. I mean, we don't need to be involved. I mean, they can work that out. I mean, if somebody is willing to rent a place sight unseen because that's their circumstances, well, that's up to them. And if landlord's refusing to let them see the property before renting it, well, then for me, I wouldn't rent it. I think it's common sense. I don't know that we need a law for that. But I will wait and see what the language says. Maybe I'm missing something. And then finally, number 15 on this agenda, addressing housing affordability for all. This is the majority leader's bill. The chairman mentioned that it's a multi-part bill, but again, I don't know what any of those parts are. Do we know any of the parts, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Senator Sampson. I can share at this time that the majority leader has been working with a variety of stakeholders and getting input from everyone, and that the proposal will be holistic. It will look at affordable housing from a variety of different perspectives. Many different stakeholders have been consulted across the ideological spectrum as well. The 21 pieces of it will be coming to us soon. And we will have it drafted and we will get a chance to learn more about it in a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find it ironic that you would know that there's 21 pieces, but we didn't name any of them. Look, I'm completely understanding that the majority leader wants to address housing affordability, and I commend him for his interest. But I will go back to my initial comments about the purpose of this meeting and these concepts. We are not here just to raise these titles. That's not correct. Bills are proposed, they go through this process, and maybe we don't have the precise language that will be debated at some point, but we should at least know the purpose. And if there is enough information that exists somewhere to know that there are 21 items in this multi-part bill, then it's only fair that the committee members, particularly the minority committee members, and particularly me as the ranking senator on this committee, I have an idea what those 21 things is, so I can speak intelligently about it today. To be told that, I'm expected to vote yay or nay on a proposal that is nothing more than a title that says addressing housing affordability for all, knowing there are 21 parts that I'm not privy to, it's just not fair. And you can disguise that any way you like. But that's not the way this process should work, because the committee members here, each of us represent an equal number of people across the state of Connecticut, and we represent them. And we have a duty to them to find out whatever information that we can. I've got no further questions, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to actually, for this list of items that we're not roll calling, I'm going to trust the committee to draft these bills, and I will make a determination about whether they're good policy in the future, because I can't do it now. And I suppose when the vote comes, I'm going to vote in the affirmative because I'm simply voting to allow you to go through your process. I don't like being put in that position. I would much rather be able to stake out my position early and say, I don't think this is a good idea. We should not do it. And if we're going to get to having 5 or 6 bills that are really fleshed out and really good ideas to go forward, the best way to do that, I think, is to really have these conversations. I also, one thing I find with this place, not to belabor the point, but we often do simply pass titles out of committee. The committee process should be where we finalize bill language down to the last detail before it ends up moving on to the House or Senate for a final vote. And I find that almost never happens. If you watch the legislature, you know that bills come out of committee, and then when they're brought to the House or Senate floor, almost invariably, the first thing that happens is someone raises their hand and says, Mr. Speaker, I have a strike all amendment, to replace all that language. Like, what did we do in the committee? The committee process was designed for us to flesh out these things, for us to talk amongst ourselves and get the language right. I would love to see that happen on any committee, and particularly this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Moore.
Thank you. I was just wondering, in all fairness, Senator Sampson, if you had more information on number 7 that you could share with us, because I thought that was an awfully long title with a lot in it, and I did not know what was in it. I didn't know if you knew more about that bill.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I do have a little more meat than we have on a lot of the other items, that's for certain. Title number 7 is entitled An Act Establishing a Housing Authority Resident Quality of Life Improvement Grant Program. So number 1, that's the first thing that would happen. And a Housing Choice Voucher Task Force, that's the second thing. And third, requiring the disclosure of certain natural person ownership interests in real property. I think those are definable purposes that are not simply an act concerning housing or an act concerning the housing authority. You know, that bill is proposed with three distinct parts and three distinct proposals that maybe need some filling in so we know exactly to what extent this grant program will be created and who it will offer grants to and that sort of thing. But at least we know what's actually going on versus some other bills that say addressing housing affordability for all, which says nothing in my opinion. And again, I want to repeat, Madam Chairman, I have no desire to be a thorn in the side of you or your House co-chair or anyone on this committee. My goal is simply a fact-finding mission to do the best for our constituents, to make sure that they know what is happening here at the state capitol. And I believe when these things are brought forward, it's only right for the minority, which is, you know, the loyal opposition, to be asking questions. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
So I just want to follow up that I don't see us in opposition on anything when it comes to the people trying to do the work of the people. But I do think that if one has the information, it should be shared with all on the content of this of these bills, and that we can flush these out a little bit more when we're in screening, so we don't have to move it forward if we don't agree. I think we've done a good job of being bipartisan in what we bring to the table, and in agreement that we want to hear these. So I hope we could do more of that because we still have other concepts pending to be raised. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Any additional discussion? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple quick questions on a couple of these. It won't be very lengthy, I promise. Number one, the act concerning federal housing choice program voucher. Do we know how much that currently is a budget item in our state budget currently? And then I'm going to piggyback on that to say, will this be increasing that? So thus, ultimately, will this be going to appropriations afterwards if this were to move forward?
Representative Scott, I don't have that answer for you today. But it is my understanding that this is looking at making changes to vouchers that we get from the Federal Housing Choice Program. And I believe because they come from the Federal Housing Choice Program, they're funded federally. So, you know, as the proposed concept currently is positioned, I'm not sure that I see embedded in it a change in state funding, but I do want to sort of reserve some space for that if, as we learn more about this through the committee process, that becomes a piece of the puzzle.
Thank you. I'm going to continue on with a very similar line of questioning, but for number 4, an act establishing a commission on homelessness. Obviously, we don't have a ton of information on that. That was discussed earlier. I understand that. But by establishing a commission, again, another cost question, if that does establish commission, and this is maybe more for just the process, just to be clear to the people and people on this committee, if there is an additional cost to this, because we're establishing a commission, right, that would need to go through appropriations, or is there a certain threshold that needs to happen for that to go through appropriations?
Well, we might have our first, actually, I should see if on Zoom or in the room, if we have that. That sounds like a question that I would love to ask the Office of Fiscal Analysis as to what the specific threshold is, or perhaps LCO, if they are aware of a specific dollar threshold that triggers a referral to appropriations. I don't have that answer as we sit today, but I think if you'll give the committee your indulgence, I think we can research that and get back to you at a future point in time.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Moore.
Yes, so I created a commission on gun violence last year. Any commissions that involve staffing will cost money and it will have to go to appropriations.
there you have it from Senator Moore.
Great. Thank you, Senator Moore. Thank you, Chairman Moore and full Chairman Luxembourg. And then I'm just going to speak this. I'm not going to ask a question. It's the same line of questioning around number 14, the walkthrough rental property prior to occupancy and late rental payments. The word ombudsman is a word that we've seen a little bit now in screening a few times. And something that has now official, it sounds like an official title. It's going to be within the Department of Housing. So I'm assuming no one's going to be doing that for free, but maybe they are. So again, that's another question I just have. And again, we don't need to answer that right now, but again, same kind of thing. Is that going to be an added role to where then we're gonna have to take that to appropriation? So again, not necessarily an answer needed, but that's just something I'm, questioning along with the other ones. Same line of questioning. But besides that, that's what I have.
Yeah, and to answer your question, I think the answer on that one's yes. There is that there certainly would be a funding element to that, since that ombudsman is not currently in existence in DOH. Any additional discussion? We have Representative Weir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have question and comments on items 3 and 14. As you mentioned, the condo, these condos, the HOAs, homeowners associations, they're made up of unit owners generally. They have a board, and as a clarification, I'm a service provider to some of these, to the residential property industry. So I, have seen this at work. Each HOA has a board, and they're made up of unit owners. Usually they're responsible for their own governance. And it's my understanding that, they're responsible for setting, the budgets, putting aside these reserves. So would we, I guess this is proposing that the legislature would mandate and take over that authority versus allowing each HOA with their bylaws to govern themselves? Is that what this is proposing?
Thank you, Representative Weir. I think the legislative intent of this is to protect condominium owners from real world practices that sometimes harm them and the entire association when proper reserve planning is not done by a particular HOA board. So if you require a study and you have a process by which an HOA board can then take the information from the study and use it to have more sound fiscal management processes at that level, you can envision a scenario where condominium owners and condo boards or HOAs and property managers all alike, as part of that process, would be better off. And I think that's what Representative Curry is hoping that the Housing Committee will take a look at. Whether the language ends up with a mandate or not, I think we'd like to hear from all of the stakeholders in a public hearing process to get more information on that. And we can't do that unless we raise it as a concept today and get it onto an agenda for a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just as a point of clarification, the boards are made up of unit owners, so they're working in their own, governing themselves in their own best interest, I would assume. The boards are not made up of outside people. They're made up of unit owners elected by fellow residents. And it's my understanding that they have at their expertise, attorneys, property managers to manage the properties and provide expertise and different resources at their disposal. And that each, HOA is, none of them are the same. Each one is, different from one another. So that's just a statement I want to make. And I have a further question on number 14, if you'll indulge.
Proceed.
So question on, when we talk about late payments, so in a scenario where a resident makes a late payment, and let's just say the tenant makes a late payment or a series of late payments, the property owner is capped at what they can charge, or that's what's proposed here, if I understand it. So if that late payment by the tenant caused the property owner to maybe make a late payment to their lender, do we have any way to compensate for that, or to kind of chase that downstream where maybe the lender, is this assuming that the property owner is going to be responsible for being capped on the late fees, but if they're late paying the lender, there's not necessarily a cap on that.
This proposal doesn't address the property owner lender relationship. It only addresses the landlord tenant relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably something maybe to consider as we move this further down. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I have Representative Zullo's hand raised coming at us from Zoom. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the indulgence. Just two quick things. Firstly, with respect to item 3, while I do share some of the concerns and do want to learn more about what it's aimed to do, I do see the value in 3 to an extent, though, because a lot of times you have people who go to get mortgages, they go to buy a condo, they go to get a mortgage, and they can't qualify because the mortgage company finds out, they get a copy of the budget, and they find out that they don't have the adequate amount of money in their reserves for the people to be able to get the mortgage, which is very frustrating. And I see it more often than I'd like to see it. And so I would certainly like to learn more about this and see how we might be able to leverage something like this. I don't know that I'd be looking for a mandate, but leverage something like this to bring more awareness to it and maybe make sure that condo associations are allocating appropriately, budgeting appropriately, because I think that'll actually help people. It'll lead to more home ownership, which I think we all agree is a good thing. It's just a matter of how we get there. And then I do just want to comment on number 9 regarding property tax abatements for certain first-time home buyers. This is a concept that's very, very similar to a proposal that I've been bringing forth for a number of years. It's permissive, not mandatory. And again, I do believe that it will expand home ownership opportunities. And I just wanted to express my thanks for the committee indulging it and raising it for a discussion. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we thank you, Representative Zullo, for your thoughtful comments and for bringing that policy item forward to us. Any additional discussion? I am not seeing any additional discussion. So the motion has been, in fact, made and seconded. I am seeing that the discussion is complete. So at this point, we will entertain a roll call to raise the items as previously described. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Yep. I think we have the ayes have it. And those items are raised. And for the record, we will clarify again which items were included when we made the initial motion. That is under section 3 of the agenda, items 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14 and 15. We just raised via a voice vote, and we've previously shared the titles as well. So without objection, we will move on here. Let's take a look at item number 2, section 3, concepts to be raised. Item number 2. Can I have a motion to raise an act concerning fair share housing plans for municipalities and summary process actions?
Motion.
It's been moved by Senator Moore. Can I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Brown. Any discussion on item 2? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this one I have quite a few questions on. I want to thank the chairs, by the way, for providing some more substantial information on this item in the screening notes that we were provided. But I just have some questions about what these items are. The first thing, this bill entitled An Act Concerning Fair Share Housing Plans for Municipalities and Summary Process Actions. The very first goal is, according to the notes, to create better equity in housing by requiring a statewide study of regional housing needs. So I guess my question is, a study is a study, and I got no problem with that. But what do we mean by the word equity, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Senator Sampson. I think I hesitate to put words into Senator Looney's mouth as the proponent of this item, but nonetheless, I believe this proposal is looking at addressing some very, very, very significant affordable housing disparities that exist across the state in terms of access to affordable housing, in terms of affordable housing availability, and the process by which affordable housing can be produced in different cities and towns across Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you really answered my question. I appreciate the attempt, but again, we're being asked to vote on these concepts. And if I can't have an understanding of what is being proposed because we don't know what the proponent is asking for, it makes it more difficult. The next part says establishing municipal fair share goals. Mr. Chairman, any idea what that actually means?
I do have some idea of what that means. Yes.
Would you share with us, please?
I believe fair share goals in this particular context refers to processes by which municipalities are creating access to affordable housing in partnership with other stakeholders.
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Chairman. I still, forgive me, I don't understand. It says establishing municipal fair share goals. So are we putting a mandate on a municipality to create something called a fair share goal? And then what is that? Is that to suggest that, certain housing is distributed fairly? Are we talking about government housing? Are we talking about private housing? Distributed among who? By race, by economic status? I don't know what any of this means. And again, I'm being asked to vote on it. So what's a municipal fair share goal? And will this be a mandate on towns to create one?
So I think a fair share goal could include percentage of units related to that are deed restricted as affordable housing units over time. It could also look at other demographic factors related to the population within a city or town. And it may include other factors as well as we draft it and get more input from the public and have a public hearing. Some of the details that you're interested, we expect will emerge and will be informed by a variety of perspectives.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I don't think I'm really looking for detailed answers in my first few questions, though. I'm looking for kind of a basis of what this bill attempts to achieve. The next part, creating financial incentives for municipalities to develop affordable housing. That is self-explanatory, although at some point I hope we do have some meat on the bones of that concept, so I know exactly what those incentives are and whether they are at a cost to taxpayers or whether this is going to cost certain municipalities to benefit others, etc. Prohibiting certain evictions based on the expiration of the rental agreement. Is there any more information that what type of evictions would be prohibited? And what does that have to do with the expiration of the rental agreement? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe this part of the proposal refers to lapse in time evictions. There are currently protections for those types of evictions for people 62 and up and people with disabilities. It is my understanding that this proposal looks potentially to expand those protections that already exist for people 62 and up, and in certain situations, people with disabilities, to a broader population of tenants.
The next part says prohibiting excessive rent increases. I can only assume, based on everything that I've seen in the press and some of the proposed bills, that this concept is undoubtedly derived from, that means capping rents. Is that what is meant by prohibiting excessive rent increases? And is there a percentage specified? I know I've seen 2.5%. I've seen 3% in some of the proposed bills. Any more information on that, Mr. Chairman?
I suspect this committee will be contemplating different percentages based on input we continue to take in a bipartisan collaborative fashion, and input we get from the public as well in a public hearing. So we will report back to you on that, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a note to both you and your co-chairman, who have mentioned several times that we want to move forward bipartisan legislation. I can tell you right now that this concept of price controls and rent caps is not bipartisan in any way. We've already voted on one such concept, and the Republicans all were very vocal in opposing it. And I'm quite certain we'll be vocal in opposing this particular concept as well today. So that's not going to be a bipartisan thing. And if it is enacted and passed into law, it will be done on a party line basis and over the objection of some of us who really find it offensive, because I think it's in direct contradiction to our American system of free market, based, principles that have given us the quality of life that we have. I won't reiterate all my comments from the previous meeting about why rent controls and caps are dangerous. It should be obvious to anyone. And you can find economists across the entire spectrum, as far left as you want to go, who will also agree, because it does not make sense to limit the provider's ability to provide and then be surprised when there's a lack of housing. The next part says establishing protections against collateral consequences for evicted tenants, and sealing and removing judicial records for eviction actions. Certainly there are far more questions about what those things mean, but at least I have some idea. This bill, I think, is a collection of items that are only going to exacerbate the problem if it is true that we have a housing shortage in the state of Connecticut. I don't know any person that wants to be in an industry that, in my mind, is being persecuted by the state government with policy initiatives like this. No one else, as far as I know, whether you're manufacturing, other types of goods and services, or providing food or anything else, and certainly the state granting huge increases in government contracts are limiting the ability for people to make money. We're going to vote on the police union contract, which is an entirely separate issue, and I don't want to get into the pluses and minuses of that, but my understanding is that contract includes raises of 9.7% in the first year. And yet this body wants to limit the ability for housing providers to increase their gross income, not even their profit or their pay, their gross income, not even factoring the expenses that are also increasing for them by 2.5 or 3%. It is like possibly the most indescribable, egregious action that I've seen this legislature take. And boy, I could write a book about the laundry list of things that they've done over the years that I find offensive. This bill is a bad bill. And I would discourage anyone from voting from it, regardless of your party affiliation. This is a chance. My Democratic colleagues, I think you've got to look inside yourselves and say, is this something that we should be doing, or should we be telling our leadership that they need to hold off on this? This is it's a solid no vote for every one of us.
Senator Moore.
I take exception to that remark. We all have one vote here. Although that may be the feelings of the ranking, it doesn't necessarily mean that ranking is speaking on behalf of all the other Republicans in the whole General Assembly. And so I think we should be using I statements, talking about what they believe, and no one knows in my head or my mind what I feel or what I believe. And I take exception to it because it's the second time that I've heard that. People on the left was the other remark. And I would like to stick to the agenda of what our protocol is now on reviewing these concepts. They are strictly concepts. If you don't want to vote on it, we vote no. That's why we brought them to everyone. And that is why it's bipartisan. We're bringing them to the floor for people to vote on them. If you don't want them raised, you have the opportunity to say no. That's on both sides of the aisle, and that's why it's bipartisan. That's my remark.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Any additional discussion? Representative Weir, I hope briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we're talking about removing judicial records for eviction actions. In the instance of vandalism or destruction, would those type of if a tenant was evicted for non-payment, is that would that sealing of judicial records be different than perhaps if the tenant caused damage or there was vandalism or destruction involved, some sort of act that may have gone beyond non-payment? Would we differentiate between those?
To attempt to answer your question, Representative, I think this proposal seeks to consider those based on how the court system itself may differentiate cases based on the unique fact pattern that is involved in each case. I'm not aware that this proposal is treating those two very fact specific things differently, but I think that's part of what we can dive into in a public hearing process with input from a variety of sources.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would just like to say, in my experience, working for housing providers, I know that there's a toolbox that's that they have at their disposal to manage risk, and that includes, credit checks, a review of criminal history, perhaps an eviction history, because the housing providers have an opportunity, have an obligation to protect their property and also to provide a safe environment for all the residents. And so, part of, maybe hiding or sealing records from someone who may have been a nuisance or a less than stellar tenant in the past, you've got other residents that the housing provider has to be concerned about. And I think everybody involved wants a safe environment. So to take one of those tools out of the toolbox and seal that record would be concerning to me. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? I would just add that I would ask members to support raising this as a proposal today from Senate President Martin Looney. There's a lot here. There's a lot of important policy issues that this committee needs to hear from as part of the public hearing process. And if we don't vote to raise it today, we essentially deny folks the opportunity to dive into the details and see if we can make a positive difference for people in Connecticut as it relates to some of these issues. So I'm seeing no further. Oh, I apologize. Representative Butler has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd just like to say I've been on this committee for 16 years, and it's been one of the committees that has been, as nonpartisan as any of the committees that I have ever served on in this duration. And I will hope that we could find a way to go forward in that vein. There's the philosophy of the concept of the bills that we're looking at, but the process that we generally follow is to look at the concepts and bring them forward for consideration, whether or not you care for them or not. There's certainly things that I'm not 100% on board that I will actually bring forward, because there is something to be learned about housing in the entire state of Connecticut when we bring these concepts forward. While we, as legislators in certain parts of the states, we may not be privy to what's going on in other parts of the state or what is of concern to other people. That's a part of this process. And then when we have all the details that we get from testimony, we make up our minds to either support or reject concepts based on the information in front of us. So I hope that we can avoid the polarization, drawing lines, and critiquing our political affiliations in this process. And let's just do the process. We'll have ample time to, vote for or against, give our reasons why when we have language in front of us. But can we please just go through the process and actually go through the agenda? I would just ask all the members to please try to work through the process. You have ample time to give your commentary when we see actual language, but I think it's important to hear what's going on in other parts of the states that we may not actually be privy to. And everybody's opinions should be heard. Then it's up to us to make an informed decision, what's best for good policy for entire state of Connecticut. So I hope that we could go forward in that vein. And I hate to see the polarization, draw lines, and actually raising the perception of what either side of the aisle actually believes in this process. Let's just do the process and follow it through. That's my hope, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. At this time, I don't see any other hands raised for discussion. So item number 2 has been moved and seconded. I think we've completed the discussion. I'd certainly ask members to vote in favor at this point. I'd like to ask the clerk to call the roll. We will be holding votes open. We will be holding the meeting open until 4 p.m. today. So we will not close the vote. But at this point, I'd like to ask the clerk to do a roll call vote on item number 2, section 3, an act concerning fair share housing plans for municipalities and summary process actions.
A motion has been made to raise agenda item 3.2, an act concerning fair share housing plans for municipalities and summary process actions. Representative Luxembourg,
Yes.
Senator Moore,
Yes.
Representative Scott,
No.
Senator Sampson,
No.
Representative Khan,
Hi, I'm here. Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Fonfara, Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Roberts. Representative Paletta. Representative Weir.
Representative Weir, no.
Representative Zulo.
Rep. Zulo votes no.
That concludes the roll call vote.
And just a note for the committee, the votes will be held open until we adjourn at 4 p.m. today. Moving on, item number 5 in section 3 of the agenda, an act establishing a right to housing. Can I have a motion?
Rep. Butler, so moved.
Second,
Moved by Representative Butler, seconded by Senator Moore. Any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As before, I will keep my comments to the bill language that is before us and the proposal. I'll make a note that I don't care where these bills come from. And if they were proposed by someone in either party, it makes no difference to me. I'm here to debate the substance of the policy that is before us. And I think my colleagues who spoke up recently know that I mean no personal disrespect. My issue is with the language on the paper before us and the bill proposals, not anyone's person or their party affiliation or ideology. I think that the fact that we come here to exchange ideas is a beautiful thing. And if we all agreed, there would be no purpose for us to even serve. So I certainly enjoy coming to the legislature to engage in the exchange of ideas. I will point out that I have every right to speak as long as I wish to and as detailed as I want to be about the policy that is before us. And my desire to make a strong case to defeat any bill or support any bill is not expressing partisanship. That's what we're supposed to do here when we debate. We're trying to change hearts and minds and convince people of how to vote on different things. And each one of us has done it. So I don't know why, if it's a current concern in the way that I approach it, I apologize. Maybe I'm just good at it. An act establishing a right to housing. I don't know exactly what this bill purports to do. My notes say that it will establish a right to housing and form a right to housing committee. I don't know exactly what that means, but let me just point out very, very quickly that, you know, words mean things. And I know that in recent years, people have pointed out that there should be a right to a lot of things, a right to healthcare, a right to housing. Well, for me, rights are things that don't fall into those categories. Rights are things that we are born with and are inherent in our birth. The Declaration of Independence, the great founding document of our country, kind of lays out the vision for America to suggest that each of us is born with a natural right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And what they meant was that we all have the right to live, that no one should be able to take our life. We are born with that right to live, to liberty, to be able to live freely, to make our own choices and pursue our own paths in life, and a pursuit to happiness, which is the same thing, which is basically that we get to make our own choices about everything. Those are the rights that we are born with. And government does not create rights, for one thing. So to have a bill that says an act establishing a right is an absurdity in my mind. Government does not create rights. Rights are things we are born with. And the only thing that the government can do is restrict rights or create protections for rights. Our U.S. Constitution begins with a preamble, and the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, lay out protections for rights that we already have. I hope people understand that. You know, our First Amendment right protects the right we already have to express ourselves with free speech, our choice of religion, our ability to assemble. That's what it's for. The Second Amendment protects our natural right that we are born with to defend ourselves. That's what the basis of America is a basis for what rights are, and the fact that the government should be protecting those rights. In this case, we're talking about establishing a right to housing. So the government cannot establish a right, and it certainly cannot establish a right to something that belongs to someone else. And if you establish a right to housing, effectively what you're doing is you're saying that someone has a right to something that someone else produced. I had the same debate recently when discussing healthcare. No one has a right to healthcare. We should do our part to make sure that people have affordable access to healthcare, but you don't have a right to it. And the reason why you don't have a right to it is because healthcare doesn't come from nothing. Healthcare is produced by doctors and hospitals and people that produce medications and so forth. Those people worked and produced those things. You don't have a right to their work product, because if you're taking it because it's your right, then you're effectively stealing it. And the same thing goes for housing. And I will continue to point out what is going on in this committee process, which is not a bipartisan process to come up with good answers to housing. It is a collection of policies that are damaging to housing providers that will ultimately exacerbate the problem of a housing shortage. That's what the agendas have been thus far, with few exceptions. And I am encouraging the chairs to please hear what I'm saying. And maybe I'm doing it in a way that is not as polite as it could be. Maybe I'm too direct about it, but people need to hear what I'm saying. We can't damage housing providers and expect there to be more housing. And establishing a right to housing, to me, is just another bill in a long line of them that says that housing providers are going to have to give up something that they took great risk to create, to better themselves, which is what we should be encouraging as a state government. We should be encouraging our population to live the American dream, to use their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, the rights that they were born with, to better themselves, to improve their status in life, and not claim a right to something that someone else has done that for. I'm absolutely going to vote no against this concept, Mr. Chairman, and it's not disrespectful to do so. It's just my right, because I don't think it's a good vote.
Any additional discussion? Yeah, I would just add, seeing none, I'll speak last. I would just add that I would ask folks to vote in favor of this item. I believe housing is health. I believe housing is a fundamental human right. And I, not as easily as Senator Sampson, can separate that human right from the freedom and pursuit of happiness and liberty in some of our founding documents. I find it hard to imagine a child being born with rights and pursuing life, liberty, and happiness without a home. When I think of that child, I find those concepts to be frankly incongruous, and I come to a very different conclusion than Senator Sampson. So at this time, seeing no additional discussion, we'd like to call for a roll call vote on item number 5 to raise an act establishing a right to housing.
A motion has been made to raise agenda 3.5, an act establishing a right to housing. Representative Luxembourg,
Yes.
Senator Moore,
Yes,
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Scott,
No.
Representative Khan, Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Senator Hockenell, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta. Representative Weir,
Representative Weir, no.
Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes no.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. And again, that roll call vote will be held open until the adjournment of the meeting at 4 p.m. later today. Moving on to item number 10, under concepts to be raised, enact expanding the right to counsel program. Can I have a motion to raise that as a concept?
Motion,
Motion has been made by Senator Moore. Can I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lesser. Is there any discussion on item number 10? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to briefly state that this bill is very similar to the last one. And I'm wondering if those that believe that someone should be born with a right to a home should also be born with a right to a lawyer, because I don't know where this ends. It's very nice and well to appeal to someone's heartstrings and suggest that no one should be born without a home. And of course, I agree with that. You know, everyone wants to see people succeed and be happy and healthy. It's the path to that success that is in question. And the path there, it relies on each of us as individuals to make the most of our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness to make our way in life. It does not come from taking from another person who has done that against their will. And that's what these things are a notion of when you suggest that you are entitled to someone else's housing. It's not a right to housing, it's a right to someone else's housing. And in this case, a right to an attorney. I believe that people should be able to make the best possible defense in all cases. And I'm not opposed to the notion that people should not, people should have the right to legal advice. There's no question about that. The question is who's paying for it. And is it fair? Is it equitable, as we might say in here? And I don't see that we're providing housing providers with the same right to counsel that we would be providing to tenants. And to me, that's my objection to it. It's like, why would we affect the fairness of an outcome by helping one side advance their cause versus another? Our legal and justice system is supposed to be blind, you know, that's how it's supposed to work. And it's supposed to be equitable and based on the law, not who has access to a right to counsel given by the government. I'll be voting no, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional discussion? Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you. I too will keep my comments brief on this matter. Just a couple short years ago, I think it was with Representative McGee, this bill came up in committee, and the genesis of the bill was to talk about and have a discussion around the evictions that took place during the pandemic period. Of course, it was a time when there was a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Instability in the housing market. There were people that lost their jobs. There were people that were forced out of their jobs because of the restrictions put in place by the government because of the COVID pandemic. So fast forward a couple of years and we see the bill in front of us again, and it's a little concerning to me. And I'm going to just lay out a few reasons why. Number one, when we drafted this bill and when we talked about it, and in full disclosure, I voted for this bill 2 years ago. And there was a lot of negotiations. At the time, Ranking Member McGee had discussed what the reason and the genesis was. And he said it was because, again, there were folks who were going through an eviction process that wanted a right to counsel. They wanted a right to an attorney. When we talked with the courts and we incorporated some other legislators, as this process does, because this building, again, in the spirit of bipartisanship, we got in a room, we talked about this bill, we tried to decide why we were doing it, if it was needed. The court said that, and landlords and tenants believed that the real need was not necessarily in attorneys, but was in the mediators. The mediators are the ones that settle the disputes. This wasn't a Republican or a Democrat idea. This was just common sense. You go to a mediator and they tell you, okay, you owe your landlord $5,000, pay him over the next 10 months and you stay in your apartment. It's that simple. Doesn't need additional legislation. So what did we do? We used pandemic money that we received from the federal government to fund more mediators in the court. And then if it got to the point where an attorney needed to come into play, then that individual would be allowed to tap into those funds. That is what happened with this bill. Bipartisan bill, was voted on by members on my side of the aisle, members on the other side of the aisle. It went to the Senate. It was signed in by the governor. All was well. And now, 2 years later, we are seeing this bill come up again. Extremely concerning. I, of course, will not talk too much on it today, but I will have much to say when it comes up in the committee process, and if it ever made it out of here, for the reason that the cost, who is going to eat this cost? And the real answer is the taxpayers. Unless there's some sort of magic flow of COVID money coming into Connecticut where we can refund this program exactly the way it was before, I would have a hard time supporting it. Again, COVID funds and massive amounts of COVID funds came into the state of Connecticut under the emergency declaration. And that was all well and good. And I believe a lot of it was put to good use. A lot of people got a lot of money. And one of the programs that was funded was the Right to Counsel program. Again, negotiated, bipartisan way, came to an agreement. We thought it was at the time beneficial to throw some money at this. And I think it actually worked, especially with the mediators. Mediators are great people. They do wonderful work and they actually solve a lot of the problems before it gets to the courtroom. And that is the goal, was to solve the problem before it gets to the courtroom. Now we're back trying to refund a program, expand a program. I just have some serious reservations with this. And then I'll just end with the fact that the landlords, as my colleague said before, have very little protection under this bill, very little. The question is, if a judgment was ruled against the tenant, does then the landlord get reimbursed for the funds that they lost in court? If that provision was added into this, I'd be all for it. But we know that that's not the case here. If the landlord wins in court, well, they're lucky if they get on a 5-year payment plan to get their money back. If the tenant wins in court, the landlord's out 30-40% of what they would have made on the specific unit. So we have to start creating bills that benefit housing providers, but also benefit tenants. So the two of them have to come to the table. I have a good feeling that we're going to hear from a lot of tenants over the next few weeks in our public hearings. Actually, I know many tenants in the greater Waterbury area that will be signing up to speak on bills like this, that are worried because this bill may adversely impact them, never mind the landlord. And then, of course, we'll hear from landlords who feel that they would be adversely impacted by this bill. So in a collaborative nature, in a Democrat and Republican, if we come together, we know that at the end of the day, a landlord doesn't make a lot of money on a said unit, especially a small landlord with maybe a 2 or 3 family home. And a tenant wants a good, safe, reliable place to live. They want a lease. They want both sides to be kept honest. And at the end of the lease, they want to get their security deposit back so long as they kept the property all well and good, and they'll move on to their next place of housing. But if we restrict landlords and continue to attack them, like provide free legal aid for someone who's getting evicted, not only are we going to raise the cost of living in the state of Connecticut, because here's what's going to happen. The landlords are just going to go up with the rent because they're going to be worried to take a chance on a tenant. And then, of course, there's other proposals, which I'll talk about later in the agenda, that will also force landlords to raise rent every year when they might otherwise not be raising their rent every year. They're going to raise their rent every year because they're worried of what's to come. A bill like this will worry them. So if I'm a landlord right now, I'm thinking to myself, well, I better raise my rent like starting next month or my next lease when it comes up, if it's March 1st or February 1st, because this bill may adversely impact me. That's going to affect the tenant who's already facing record inflation. So The goal in this committee should be to pass bills that benefit both sides in a collaborative nature. Democrats, Republicans, all of us come together. We pass a bill that affects and in a positive way, the tenant and the landlord. You can interchange them, housing provider and tenant, leasee, lessor, whatever. Make sure that both sides have a seat at the table. This bill, item 10, the way it was originally drafted, favored tenants, which I was okay with. Again, full disclosure, I voted for it. But the caveat in there was the mediators were brought into play. I'm fearful, and I will vote no today to flag this, that the mediators will go away or they won't be properly funded. That then will adversely impact landlords, resulting in higher rental rates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional discussion? Any additional discussion? Seeing none, I'll just add that I would ask for a yes vote today on this. It is simply expanding a current program that's working well and has actually saved the state of Connecticut taxpayers quite a bit of money to distressed municipalities where actually there are many, many tenants that are facing challenges and do not have the resources to get an attorney. By expanding that access to legal counsel, these folks will have some additional protections and actually may lead to mediations that happen in the judicial system that could work out favorably for the tenant or favorably for the landlord, depending on the case specificity in each unique case. But this is not a massive change to existing law. It's just adding distressed municipalities to our existing law. And there are many, many people hurting in our distressed municipalities that don't have access to legal counsel. And if they don't have access to legal counsel, they don't have any way to pursue their rights. The access to legal counsel is how they can access their rights, whether they're God-given, inalienable, or prescribed in our founding documents as a state or a nation. So at this point, we're just raising it as a concept. I would ask the membership to vote yes. And at this time, I would ask the clerk to do a roll call vote on item number 10, an act expanding the right to counsel program.
A motion has been made to raise agenda item 3.10, an act expanding the right to counsel program. Representative Luxembourg,
Yes.
Senator Moore,
yes,
Representative Scott,
No.
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Khan, Senator Lesser, Senator Fonfara, Senator Hockenell, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Weir, no.
Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes no.
Mr. Clerk,
yes,
Senator Lesser votes in the affirmative.
thank you.
Mr. Clerk,
Yes,
Representative Butler votes yes.
thank you. And Representative Roberts, can you please vote again so I can see you?
Sorry, Mr. Clerk, Representative Roberts votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. That vote will be held open until adjournment at 4 p.m. Next on the agenda, item number 11, section 3, an act concerning tenants' rights. Do we have a motion?
I'll motion.
Second.
Motion has been made by Senator Moore and seconded by Senator Lesser. Any discussion on item number 11? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief and just say that this is another bill. We keep treading over the same territory. A lot of these things are duplicative. This bill and act concerning tenants' rights puts into effect a lot of the same things that we've already heard, plus some additional items. The notes that I have say to strengthen tenants' rights in the state by prohibiting landlords from harassing tenants. Well, anyone harassing anyone, that's already a crime. So I don't know why we're specifying that. Protecting tenant unions. I don't know in which way they need to be protected. A tenant union, as far as I am to understand it, is simply a collection of tenants that are trying to negotiate together with a particular landlord. I don't know what protections are required. Requiring translation services. I don't know if this is taxpayer paid. Limiting the use of certain tenant screening materials. Again, trying to hamstring the housing provider from being able to determine whether or not they're going to have a quality tenant, which I'll just remind everyone matters not only to the housing provider, but it matters to the other tenants very much as well. I can recall many situations where clients of mine have had, a building going strong that's got 6 quality tenants in it. Everybody's getting along. Everything is working very smoothly. The quality of the housing is actually improving. The tenants are taking an active interest, and then you have one bad tenant show up, and ultimately the other tenants end up moving out. This damages not just the housing provider, but also the other tenants as well. And I think when we have these public hearings coming up, I think we're going to hear from a lot of tenants that will reiterate my comments that they are just as concerned about making sure that the other tenants that they share housing with are responsible people that will take care of the property and they can get along with. At any rate, it goes on, more and more restrictions on landlords in favor of tenants. I completely understand that we need to put protections in our laws to prevent abuse and bad actors, and I have no problem with that. But this is just yet another example of going too far. And if we're going to attack the problem of a lack of housing in this state, this is not the way to do it. I'll be voting no, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the members to vote in favor of raising this as a concept. I do not believe the start of a landlord-tenant relationship is a start where the parties are equal. I believe it's a start where there are inherent differences in people's positions of power. When that relationship starts, a tenant needs a home for their health and safety in a use and occupancy relationship. When that relationship starts, the landlord is providing a service, but it's a service that is vitally needed. And because there is an inherent imbalance at the start of that private contractual relationship, it is incumbent upon the public interest for this housing committee to contemplate ways in which tenants need protections, because everybody understands that there is an imbalance that is embedded in it from the start, and that appropriate, reasonable protections ought to be considered by this committee and by the public in a public hearing process. So for those reasons, I would ask the committee membership to cast their vote today in favor of raising this as a concept so we can learn more in a public hearing. And at this point, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll on raising concept number 11 in section 3 of the agenda, and act concerning tenants' rights.
A motion has been made to raise agenda item 3.11, an act concerning tenants' rights. Representative Luxembourg,
Yes.
Senator Moore, Senator Moore, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Khan, Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Senator Hockenell, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta, Representative Weir,
Representative Weir, yes.
Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes no.
Mr. Clerk, Senator Moore votes yes.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, that vote will be held open till we adjourn at 4 p.m. today. Moving on to section number 4 in our agenda, proposed bills to be drafted as committee bills. Perhaps it is worth sharing that this committee decided in a bipartisan leadership of this committee decided in a bipartisan fashion that proposals that come to us from either the governor or a one of the 4 caucuses that we decide to move forward would be moved forward in this different process as proposed bills that get drafted as committee bills as opposed to raising as concepts. And we have on our agenda today 2 of such items, one that comes from the Senate Democratic Caucus, Senate Bill number 4, and one that comes from the House Republican Caucus, which is House Bill 5326. So we have those 2 caucus priorities in this section of the agenda. And let's start with item number 1, proposed Senate Bill 4, an act concerning Connecticut's present and future housing needs. We will be roll calling this, but at this stage, I'd like to have a motion to take proposed bill Senate Bill 4 and draft it as a committee bill. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Lesser,
Second,
seconded by Representative Butler. Any discussion on Senate Bill 4? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I took a look at Senate Bill number 4 online and I didn't see any details at all. It's just a title, an act concerning Connecticut's present and future housing needs. Any chance we can find out more about what those might be and what this bill proposes to do? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I know we all agree that Connecticut's current and future housing needs are awfully important for us to look at in a holistic way in this committee. And we're excited to learn more about the Senate Democratic Caucus's priority item here. At this point, I think we're going to wait and get more information and learn about it in a public hearing. Any other discussion on Senate Bill 4? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I believe we can go to a voice vote. I don't think we need we're not asking for a roll call vote in that scenario. So if it's up to you to just change that to a voice vote.
That is duly noted. Let me put that on hold for a moment and call on Senator Lesser, who I see has his hand raised in Zoom.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if it's okay, perhaps it might be appropriate for me to withdraw my motion. If the members of the committee are okay, we could do a motion to raise all of the items in this section at once, and if that's appropriate.
Yes, I'm not seeing objection. So I think the process is here to
I'll withdraw my second.
Yep. So the chairman notes that the motion and second have been withdrawn for Senate Bill 4. At this point in time, seeing no objection and no further discussion, I'd like to ask for a motion to raise items 1 and 2 on the in section 4 of the agenda. So that's both proposed
moved.
Senate Bill number 4 and proposed House Bill number 5326. I'm asking for a motion to raise both of those together.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Senator Lesser. Do we have a second?
Second,
Seconded by Senator Moore. Any discussion? I'm seeing no further discussion. And at this point, I'd ask for a yay on a voice vote. All those in favor of raising, all those in favor of the motion to take items number 1 and 2, section 4 of the agenda as proposed bills and have them drafted as committee bills, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we will move forward to the next section of the agenda. Announcement and time and date of the next meeting. You all have that. That's been shared by our committee clerk, Rick O'Neill. But I believe we are scheduled for Thursday of this week. We are not. We're skipping Thursday. Thank goodness for the wonderful team of folks that work for the Housing Committee. So we will see you, I guess, not this Thursday, but next Tuesday, which is January 31st. And at this point, without objection, we will recess the meeting. Votes will be held open until 4 p.m. You will be able to vote either via Zoom or in person. And if I might ask the clerk to ask where committee members that hope to vote in person can find you.
I will be in the Housing Committee office, which is carved out in room 2700 in the far end of the Appropriations Committee office.
Okay, you can vote in person in the Housing Committee in the Legislative Office Building. I believe that's the 2600 to 2700 area of the LOB, or you can vote on Zoom until 4 o'clock. The meeting is recessed. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Representative Lesser?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I think,
Lesser?
yes. Did I miss the first vote or did I miss anything else?
Number 2.
I'd like to vote in the affirmative.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, may I also vote?
Would you like to vote on that?
I don't think.
Oh. Senator?
Yes.
So it's item 3.5, an act establishing a right to housing.
I vote yes. Senator Hockenall votes yes.
Thank you, Senator.
Is that the only one I missed?
No, also one more, item 3.11. Oh, 3.10, I apologize. It is an act expanding the right to counsel program.
I vote yes.
Thank you, Senator. And then one more. Item 3.11, an act concerning tenants' rights.
I vote yes.
Thank you. All set, Senator.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, Representative Roberts, I know I missed that. I believe the first vote.
3.2, yes, Representative Roberts. 3.2, an act concerning fair share housing plans for municipalities in summary process actions.
Yes, I vote in the affirmative.
Okay. You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hi, Representative Khan.
how are you?
Oh, hold on. Oh. Representative Khan,
Yes, can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Oh, hold on. Try now.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
You know, technology is not my best friend.
No worries.
All right. All right, that was me before.
Okay. So I know I did vote on something when I was in the meeting. I don't know what I missed.
Okay, so why don't we just go through them all real quick?
Yep.
Is that all right? Okay, so item 3.2, an act concerning fair share housing plans for municipalities and summary process action. How would you like to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Item. All right, item 3.5, an act establishing a right to housing.
Yes.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Yeah, hold on. Can you, hold on. Item 3.10, an act expanding the right to counsel program.
Yes.
Keep that. Item 3.11, an act concerning tenants' rights.
Yes.
Okay, we're all set.
Okay. Did they not do some of the other ones? They just didn't move them forward right now?
They did a voice vote, or a consent calendar. They did everything else.
Okay. Okay.
And then, hold on one second. And then the proposed bills, they started to talk about, and then they pulled it back and they did a voice vote.
Okay. All right.
So we're all set.
Thank you.
It was nice to see you. Thank you.
Nice seeing you. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right, so now, how do I go back? This is me, right? Click here. Hello, Senator, how are you?
Good, Rick. How are you?
Good, 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 good. I've got 4 votes. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. So, agenda item 3.2, a concept to be raised. An act concerning fair share housing plans for municipalities in summary process action. And I'm sorry. Federal, yeah. Well, hold on. No, an act concerning fair share housing plans for municipalities in summary process action.
Is that one? It's one bill?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. 3.5, from the agenda to be raised, an act establishing a right to housing.
I don't know what that means, but yes.
Okay. Item 3.10 from the agenda to be raised, an act expanding the right to counsel program.
To what program?
Counsel.
Yes.
Okay. And item 3.11 from the agenda, an act concerning tenants' rights.
What is that? Is there language
The only language, so the
or
language,
just the title?
that's the title, and then the language that we had, to strengthen tenants' rights in the state by prohibiting landlords from harassing tenants, protecting tenants' unions, requiring translation services for certain documents and communication, limiting the use of certain tenant screening materials, and preventing lapse of time evictions where landlords have sought a rent increase exceeding 15%. That's the bill summary to date.
Right now. Yes.
Okay, so those were the only 4 voice votes. There were 2 bills that were proposed to be drafted as committee bills. They both passed on a voice vote. One was Senate Bill 4 and one was House Bill 5326. Just so you're aware.
What I don't know what those are.
All right, Senate Bill 4 was an act concerning Connecticut's present and future housing needs.
Yes.
And I'm just letting you know these. You don't need to vote on these. And
Because I'm present, right? Yes.
you're present, right? So you're good.
Yep. Okay. I'm good then.
All right. So thank you very much for your time, Senator, and I hope you have a great day.
Who's the House Chair?
State Representative Luxembourg.
That's what I thought. Okay.
All right.
And my good friend Marilyn.
And your good friend Marilyn.
All righty. Thank you, Rick.
All right. You have a good day, sir. Thank you.
Too. Bye now.
Bye-bye.